Testing. Okay.
Is about 1,000 times more stressful than it actually should be, thanks to a complete lack of clear communication from YouTube itself, arbitrarily enforced rules and regulations, constant tweaks and changes and experiments on Google's part that nobody on the platform is warned about, and the constant threat of demonetization hanging over the heads of anyone who's made a livelihood producing videos. It seems that every few months, something new impacts the platform that sends everyone into a tizzy, and the latest shitstorm over the FTC and COPA has a lot of people on YouTube very genuinely worried. Now, a lot of people have contacted me about COPA and YouTube telling YouTubers that they've got to comply with COPA and flag their videos as specifically not aimed at children. A lot of people have said that this could potentially impact myself, that I should be very, very worried about it, and I am a natural worrier. I deal with anxiety a fair bit and I'm prone to catastrophize, but I do have to say, speaking as someone who is constantly worried about YouTube and its platform and its dodgy algorithms and its corporate decisions, I am not overly concerned about this. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying people's concerns, people's worries are not legitimate. It's YouTube. You are always entitled to be worried about YouTube because YouTube is a hellhole. But hopefully I can assuage some concerns that people have. Because I think if you're not explicitly aiming your channel at children, you should be. Now, obviously, I'm not a legal expert, I could be wrong, but you should be okay. So let's talk about recent events that have spurred on this whole controversy, let's talk about COPA, and let's see if I can't put a few minds at ease. So what is COPA? That is the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, and it concerns data gathering. Now, this is where YouTube's fucked up, because YouTube's targeted ads collect data on anyone watching YouTube videos. And when it comes to kids, YouTube shouldn't have been fucking doing that. So basically, YouTube has violated Federal Trade Commission regulations.
Man, I want Pokemon
They've been
now.
gathering
That's so
data
cool.
from minors so that they can serve targeted ads to them. Make no mistake, this is entirely on YouTube here. This isn't even about those creepy videos like Pregnant Elsa, Dances with the Joker and Spider-Man. This isn't about kids watching people who are saying fuck or bugger. Now, Google got in trouble for this and has agreed to pay $170 million as part of a huge settlement reached with the FTC. Now, if you have a monetized channel aimed at children under 13, you do have the most valid reason to worry because, well, you're basically up shit creek, because YouTube cannot run targeted ads on that anymore because YouTube no longer can collect data. I say no longer. YouTube should never have been collecting data on kids under the age of 13, and as a result they will no longer be running targeted ads on these channels aimed at children, so kids content is effectively demonetized across the board. However, because of some vaguely written guidelines, they're always fucking vague, people are worried over what will and will not be defined as children's content, as videos aimed at kids. The FTC has said, as well as Google, individual content creators could face fines of up to $42,000 if they violate COPA going forward. Now, COPA does have some wide-reaching definitions. One example is where they talk about language used in videos targeting kids, saying things like cool could be designated as something aimed at appealing to children. Now, on the surface, that is panic-inducing. Oh, if I say cool, does that mean the FTC is going to fine me? And the answer is probably not, actually. Because for all their faults, and the FTC has many faults, they do employ humans who are capable of understanding context. Where I think a lot of the panic comes from is YouTubers who are used to dealing with the way YouTube runs things. YouTube uses bots, machines. They use automated systems that are incapable of understanding context, and that's led to many problems with false copyright claims and spurious demonetization. Only recently I had a video of mine falsely age-gated because a bunch of Nintendo fans got pissy and reported it, and I appealed it and got it reviewed, and they took the age gate off after someone who understood context actually looked at the video. But the point is this: if the FTC is gonna slap a hefty 40 grand plus fine on someone, they're likely to be pretty careful about where they slap that fine, and they're going to investigate the channel. You won't be dealing with algorithms in that case, you will be dealing with humans who can understand the context of someone in a video aiming their content at people over the age of 13 and happening to say cool. And the long and the short of it is if you are one of those people, if you make videos for people over the age of 13 and you happen to say cool, or even talk about a game like Pokemon, the FTC is not that interested in you. If you aren't being willfully deceptive, if you are not making a video specifically for children and lying about it so that you can make ad revenue off collected data, I genuinely believe you will be okay. In the past 2 weeks, I've done about 3 videos on Pokemon. I'm using Pokemon as B-roll footage while I talk about this, but there's simply no chance in hell that the FTC would have a case against me. There is nothing I do that appeals to children. Children don't even like me. They don't watch my work. In fact, I make many jokes at my own expense about how unpopular my channel is because it doesn't appeal to the massive number of kids who are watching YouTube. In fact, at last count, when I last looked at the demographics, less than 1% of my viewers, according to statistics, is under 18. I feel confident talking about Pokemon all day long, knowing that the vast majority, that most, practically all of my viewers are not kids, and that the work I'm doing is not designed to appeal to kids and literally doesn't appeal to kids. The FTC literally has no case against me. The FTC more than likely doesn't give a fuck about me. It's worth noting as well that the FTC isn't exactly well funded. It's not a big department. They do not have the resources, they do not have the staff to run around YouTube slapping fines on millions of channels.
Hey, Nick.
It's just not going to happen. They're going to have to be careful about where they allocate their resources and make sure that if they do make an example of a channel, it has to be a rock solid example of a channel willfully violating COPPA. Now, this doesn't mean you shouldn't be wary, you shouldn't be concerned. Like I said, I've got less reason to worry about it than most. And
What's going on, man?
An eye on this. And if you are worried and you can afford it, I would suggest you seek some legal counsel, legal advice. Make sure you get all your ducks in a row. Now, YouTube channels can automatically set their entire channel as not aimed at kids. They can also do it for individual videos. YouTube is employing its precious algorithm and automatically flagging a few videos on people's channels as kid-oriented, and if the content creator disagrees with that, they can, last I checked, appeal that with YouTube. But make no mistake, YouTube is trying to put a lot of responsibility on YouTubers and giving them something else to fear with regards to demonetization. But this is all YouTube's fault. This is YouTube's fuck-up that they're now trying to distance themselves from by putting more of the responsibility on us. And this is all on YouTube's head, and YouTube will get in trouble as well as anyone else if they continue to collect data from kids on videos aimed at kids. But specific kids' YouTube channels, I mean, they are in trouble. Like, there's no getting around that. Not only will targeted ads be removed, but they won't be able to have things like comments or info cards, end screens, notifications, pretty much all the stuff that can help a channel grow. And there's no answer for that. Like, most of the people in my circles,
I'm just waiting on Fortnite
I think
finish
that while they
downloading.
should still be concerned, they are pretty much going to be okay. But if you're the channel that live broadcasts Caillou 24/7, I mean, I've got nothing. I've got nothing to allay your fears, which is probably fine because I don't think anyone involved with Caillou is going to be watching this video. Now, again, this is not legal advice. Again, any concerns people have are not invalid just because I'm not all that worried. But hell, I don't even think that the COPPA violations, like channels who are deliberately trying to be deceptive, are going to unilaterally get nabbed by the FTC. There's going to be just too much content. Way too much content to sift through. So never mind channels that aren't violating COPPA. I'm sure there will be COPPA violators who just get away with it. Ultimately though, this is yet another issue that YouTube should never have let get this far. COPPA isn't new. It's been around since 1998. It's as old as Pokemon itself. And during the entire time of its existence, YouTube should never have allowed targeted ads to run on children's content. It should never have allowed children's content creators to think it was okay, and in some cases build a career that is now fucked. And that's one concern I have. If YouTube allowed this to go on for so long, what other fucking violations are here that YouTube simply hasn't bothered to address? Because at the end of the day, YouTube is YouTube, and I'm a lot more scared of this very platform than I am of the FTC.
I am too. Okay, sorry.
You aren't going to believe this. I'm actually putting the absolute truth at the front of the video and all the context after it. Limited Run Games has lost their spot on my set because they are absolute idiots. One of their customer service representatives literally banned a paying customer, refunded all their pre-orders, and threatened legal action over a meme that made fun of them. I'm not kidding. Here's the customer service representative's message verbatim. Dude, you got banned for exactly the reasons I warned you about. I tried, emoji, but yeah, your orders were refunded from what I can see. Usually takes 3 to 5 days to post back whatever the original payment method was. Honestly, if I were you, I'd leave it. That sounds like a threat, by the way, because if you keep pushing, you're likely to light a fire under our lawyer's butt. There's a difference between free speech and flagrant misinformation, and then a link to a legal document. Are you joking? Limited Run, everybody that's watching this video, make sure you leave a like on it. Make sure you leave a comment on it.
Hey, Sam.
Make sure you share it on Twitter, Facebook, Minds. Everyone needs to see what kind of company Limited Run Games are. I'm done with them forever. Let's get into the video. What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here, and it pains me to bring
what are you doing?
more shame upon the house that is Limited Run Games. And I want to remind all of you, and you at Limited Run Games, I am a customer. I am what you would probably call a whale customer. I buy everything you put out. I have another one right here, the Iconoclast. Guess what? This stuff's coming off my set. I'm no longer going to provide any free product placement for Limited Run Games after seeing what they did to a long-term high-end customer today. Now, if you remember maybe back in June, Limited Run, I made a video on Limited Run Games and how they had dogpiled on top of THQ Nordic, listening to the absolute brainlets that are in the Reset Era forum, demanding they make a change because THQ Nordic dared to do an AMA on a place that they probably shouldn't have done. And of course, THQ Nordic at that time bent the knee. And actually, let me see if I can pull up that article. Probably not. But nonetheless,
would you guys rather I show this video?
Nonetheless, they bent the knee anyway. If you look back at this original article here, Limited Run Games tosses THQ Nordic under the bus for their AMA. Reset Era is still holding grudges against THQ Nordic for hosting an AMA over on 8chan back in late February. The forum is using every opportunity to deride the publisher. This is via One Angry Gamer as well. And they even took aim at Limited Run Games, who partnered with THQ Nordic to place the physical game distributor in the hotspot. Unfortunately, in an attempt to clear up any kind of misinformation, the representative of Limited Run Games threw THQ Nordic under the bus for the AMA. On June 10, 2019, Reset Era made a thread about Limited Run Games' public statements about being overjoyed to team up with THQ Nordic. Then they began bad-mouthing THQ Nordic for having hosted the AMA and blah, blah, blah. Then we have Limited Run Games, the verified company who takes part in the forums at Reset Era. By the way, from what I can tell, Limited Run Games is populated by many purple-haired individuals. They said, to be clear, we are overjoyed to bring Red Faction to physical format, agreed that it was bad wording for the tweet, and that we apologize. It should have been clear. We are not overjoyed.
Oh, because they posted an 8chan.
To say the least, in no way endorse it. At the time, I made a video because, ultimately it was just bending the knee to faux outrage. And now, today, if you can believe it, they've committed an even worse offense. Banning and refunding pre-orders of a customer for memes. And taking it a step further, according to this customer, threatening
Get
to
well,
sue
go broke.
them for memes that made fun of limited run games. Now, where did this all start? Well, limited run games,
Yeah, I'm not
as
working
the name
on
implies,
Twitter while
is a company that brings interesting packaging and gets
green screen shot.
fools like me to
Nothing
buy
yet.
stuff based on packaging, and they want to buy stuff. They've got a lot of hidden gems in this game. They've got one of the best golf games ever, Golf Story, on here. Obviously, Thumper, Super Meat Boy, so many excellent games that you couldn't get in physical form. For the whale collector, by the way, modern day collectors, there's a term, a negative term, a pejorative for them, calling them instant collectors, and I'm one of them. It's true. I never, walked the aisles of swap meets to get my NES cartridges. I just bought them off eBay because I have not enough time for that. And that's okay. I do strongly admire those that have built their original 714 complete collections by picking every title up for $1. They've truly invested time, and they've got a nice little nest egg there. I don't have time for that, and so I pay for someone else who did. Nonetheless, limited run games targets people like me. They target people that are purchasing something that there's no real reason to purchase other than to collect it. And in essence, most of their customers are probably
Come on,
what you
Fortnite.
call
Please work.
whales. Now, this started when
It's working.
they printed a limited run of Tetris Effect. Essentially, they were mocked because they were selling limited run games with mass-produced games that were already released, such as Tetris Effect. So this customer made, a meme, an obvious meme, poorly edited. It wasn't ever any attempt to defraud or confuse anybody, with Revenge of the Bird King or even Skyrim, just a joke like, hey, this is, in fact, I'll show you the meme. Here it is. This was the meme. You can see you probably can't see it on my screen as well because it's not, high quality. I had to put it in this Word doc because I wanted to redact people's names. But you can see the edge on the top here. It's not really meant to confuse people. It's meant to poke fun at limited run games who apparently have razor thin paper 20-ply soft egos. Because after posting this, the user then showed all their pre-orders. You can see this person has pre-ordered everything, okay, or purchased everything. And you can see in production, refunded. Ended up getting blacklisted for making fun of the company. Now, to make matters worse, look, I understand where this customer is coming from. I have the exact same problem with Magic the Gathering. Look, did I push things too far? Maybe. Was I too antagonistic? Clearly. But it did suck being banned because, sure, I could still buy Magic cards, and sure, I could have still done my Magic Gathering videos, but in essence, I would be marketing for free for Magic the Gathering, and that's just not something that, my morals would allow me to do. So I abandoned an entire YouTube channel. I abandoned a channel that was large enough to make a living on, or at least to easily pay for all of my hobbies.
Is that not working?
Because I just couldn't make Magic the Gathering videos anymore. I couldn't be associated with it.
It's my has everything. Instagram, Twitter, TikTok.
Might be feeling.
Discord.
Now, I haven't spoken directly to the
Mixer, Twitch, all that. It's
all
everything in one place.
Now, when we look at Sarah, take note of the purple hair, is a customer service representative for limited run games.
You guys play Fortnite?
Games is a part of a lot of these fan groups on Facebook. Why? Probably just to monitor and to be available. You can't get a hold of them as a regular customer, but they spend their time on Facebook monitoring whether or not people do memes they don't like. And She issues.
Yeah, I'm trying to hit
By the way, don't contact this person. This
affiliate.
person may be dumb, but
3
ultimately,
current viewers
Limited Run Games
for the
is
next
the
3
one
days,
that
30 days.
pushed through this ridiculous ban for memes.
Trying to get there.
And I don't endorse contacting this person in any way. You know, customer service, while a fine job, it doesn't get much lower on the rung of management there. And here's where somebody who's totally not mad comes in to essentially threaten the group. I enjoy trolling as much as the next guy. And when you say that, it's clear you don't. But heads up, guys, spreading false information and using company assets.
Why do companies still do this?
Banned, if
Shit.
not worse.
No, it doesn't
Seriously?
benefit
That's what
them
they
at
did.
all.
They refunded all of his pre-orders. How pathetic. This is what your company's spending time doing? Seriously. This is what it is over a freaking meme. Is it that your delicate feelings were hurt as a corporation, a multi-million-dollar corporation, that a customer dared make fun of you? Look, you deserved that ridicule anyway. It's called limited run games. Don't put out these super huge mega titles and then put them under the banner of limited run. The idea that you would come into a Facebook group, and the only reply at this time is one laughing. The person said, "That's okay, I'll live, but I appreciate the concern." Then the customer service rep comes back, "You do you. Just wanted to make sure you were aware." Meanwhile, they canceled his pre-orders. How pathetic. Now, is it possible that this person's making all of this up? That they themselves canceled their pre-orders and photoshopped all this? Sure, fine. It doesn't seem plausible. It absolutely seems like this company is being a gigantic baby and firing their customer for making a meme. Now, allegedly, maybe a few people asked them about it. I don't even believe that, because even the untrained eye can see that that image is very clearly doctored. All right? And this is just a joke. They got made fun of for releasing Tetris Effect. They didn't like it, so they banned the customer and threatened the entire Facebook group to not use company assets. By the way, this would fall under fair use, so they can, suck it with that. And then people are wondering, I'm really shocked. They did that. I wonder who initiated the order. This person has some ideas. He was liking some of the comments in the other group, but didn't feel the need to chime in. I was also threatened with a lawsuit by an LRG representative. These guys are cowards. It's okay to take money from people for over a year, blah, blah, blah. So then the customer goes on to say, someone asked, so you're telling me they banned you because of memes? Yes, because of the memes. And apparently, as I was told by a rep of the company, these are against the law. These are, an LRG may be coming after me. And these memes can cost me thousands of dollars and up to 5 years in prison. After she sent me a link to a legal document. So-and-so liked this comment. So this is how they thank you for spending many thousands of dollars with the company. These people are a disgrace. Clearly, these are a joke, mocking their Tetris release, and it's a regular retail release. And Bird King was a blatant fraud that they are selling out the back door. They have zero respect for the people that built their company. Now, this is their words, not mine. It is absolutely pathetic that a company would be acting out like this, that a company would be taking retribution on a customer who clearly is a large customer, someone that has looked to purchase every single game they've ever put out, and then, like babies, refund their pre-orders. Limited run games, this is the final straw for me. I'm done buying your stuff, and I'm done supporting you with a spot on my set. Forget it. Your company is run by children, and you should be disgraced. I'm sure that all the viewers of this video totally won't be spamming you with more memes. Good luck pursuing this in court, morons. Hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon.
40%. Dang.
First, they said that Joker would be a movie that would be dangerous to see. Then they said Joker was a movie pandering to the worst
Comments.
kind of people. Apparently, they meant
Hell yeah.
people that enjoy good
You get
films.
liked.
Whether or not
get
you
liked.
agree with me that Joker is one of the best films in the last
You get
decade,
liked. You get liked.
most people found the film at least above average, worth seeing. So much, in fact, that the film passed $1 billion at the box office without relying on the free money that China provides today's piss-poor cinema. Oh, my docky. This is my black cat. He's not normally allowed down here because he chews cables, but I'm giving him a chance today. Just like many people gave the Joker a chance. So many, in fact, that they drowned out the absolute morons online that wasted public time and money diverting law enforcement officers to sit in a theater for nothing. Turns out they should have been spending their time at Popeyes. That chicken sandwich has been far more dangerous for people than this movie ever would. Now, get ready for the unending rees of a confirmed Joker sequel. They actually read it into existence. The absolute morons that had so many of these horrible hot takes read a film into $1 billion at the box office. One of the few films I've ever seen more than once in the cinema. In fact, as long as I can remember, it's the only film I saw twice in the cinema. Today, via The Hollywood Reporter, on October 7th, Joker director Todd Phillips headed to Warner Brothers Pictures. Group
Hey,
chairman
Nathan.
Toby Emmerich's office buoyed on the film's $96.2 million opening weekend haul. Sources tell The Hollywood Reporter he proposed an outsized idea: the rights to develop a portfolio of DC Origins characters. Yes, please.
Yes. No
Oh
way.
my God.
Portfolio.
Especially if you take some time on some of the more obscure ones, because people, if they can cross the line into great film instead of just superhero,
I want
a lot of our favorite
Bane and
superheroes from childhood can
Scarecrow.
kind of get a rebirth. Emmerich
Oh,
balked.
Bane would be like a
After all,
steroid
Warner
user
Brothers
who
is very
finds like any
protective
drug or
of
something.
DC canon. All other DC
weightlifter,
deals have been
powerlifter.
for one film and
Yeah,
only
yeah,
one
yeah.
film. But Phillips did emerge from
In
the
the
meeting
80s
with the
or
rights
90s
to
or
at
something
least
like
one other DC story.
Scarecrow could be
And now that Joker crossed $1 billion, a sequel is on the way. As the movie keeps raking
MK
money in
Ultra,
overseas,
it's experiment
Phillips is
going
in
on or
talk to
something.
reprise his role as a director for a second Joker outing. He and Scott Silver, who penned the gritty Joker screenplay, will write the follow-up, THR has learned. Warner has sequel options in place for Joker star Joaquin Phoenix, who has emerged as a strong contender for the Oscar.
Trying
for
to get
Best
people to
Actor.
comment, man.
Of course he should win. Damn. There's no doubt about it. Joker marks the fourth DC title to cross $1 billion, following
trying to
the
force it,
footsteps of
just-
2018's Aquaman, 2012's Dark Knight Rises,
difficult.
and 2008's Dark Knight. But its $60 million budget is far less than those previous films. Think about that.
43.
If I could put that in to like more reasonable perspectives, it's like putting $60 in and getting $1 million out. Either way,
Can I play it doesn't use.
for studios to spend $60 million, by the way, most of that was probably on paying Joaquin Phoenix and Todd.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch it off and go to something like offline. do that. Can't do that. Good. Just play from the desk because it's offline. No, it's a, no. How's your day been, Nathan? Probably cause problems. Hopefully not. Just gonna let it go. There we go. That's the right one. Yeah, no, I said Fortnite, but it's downloading, so it's gonna be a little bit. Might as well play something. And then, meanwhile, what the hell? Sections look different. There we go. Attack! Why does it keep doing that? Shit. I don't know. Ship. That one. Don't lock up. Yeah, like I said before, I know it said Fortnite, but I'm waiting on it to install. Just playing something offline. Meanwhile, okay, what is that about? Can I control it now? So much lag. Big explosion. Why is it taking damage like that? Fair. Where's the tuna? There it is. Oh boy, it's gonna be bad. Whoa! Bunch of parts of it. Guns sound different. Doesn't have a LWC, does it? No, it does not. I don't think. Right, you have to change that. AI. What the? Oh, hey guys. This is from the depths, by the way. Damn, a lot of people watching me. Disconnected. Feel safe. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm downloading Fortnite. I'm waiting on this to finish downloading. Okay. How's your day been so far? It's been good. Mine's been pretty good too. Okay. What's that? What? It's like a mouth. Oh, that's cool. I like that. This one should be the one that has a failsafe on it. Pair this up. Might take a while. Yeah, I'm gonna be farming V-Bucks for the battle pass and save the world first, so I could go ahead and get that over with. I'm going to be doing Storm Shield Defense 5 in the second area. And we'll be doing quads, and you guys could join me if you want. First come, first served. I'll just have like a list of people who already played, and then I'll try to get everyone in one at a time. Okay. Alright, so I should not be able to fire like this. Should go down like that. Fire. Okay. That needs a failsafe too. So, what? Where's the, is this it? Oh, this is a advanced cannon. So, it's really complex craft. This is okay. Just making it confusing. That's the ERA. Where's the chart? Okay, so right here. It'll take a while for it to snap back. Just put it right there. Feel safe. Did you guys all find me from the Twitch browsing section, or was it any other way? You guys can hear me clearly, right? Okay, so try it again. Hopefully it won't. Damn it! Not working. Oh. It's a big asshole. Just took the whole thing out. Does he even have AI? Yep. Does have an AI. It's a lot of guns, man. I don't even think it was a creation of. It was like a. What do you call it? Cover of another ship. It was just like a original thing. It's called the. I think it's called the. Some Japanese guy made this. I'm gonna try to see if I can find it. I'll make it later. I'm gonna play around with it a bit though. See what it does if I. Yeah, it doesn't shoot into itself. Bam, bam. Damn, it's just tearing it apart. Holy shit. Thanks guys for watching, man. What is this thing right here? Yeah, this game's called From the Depths. Man, this thing is really... Bam! This thing is really tough. A lot of metal. Bam! In the middle. Fire all guns. Took out the cannon. Let's go to something harder. Like the what's that one called? Iron Cornon? Palisade? Kinetic. I think white means kinetic. Blue is penetration. Why does it do that? Should be. Okay. Why don't you have a freaking driver's seat? Really? What's going on? That is annoying. Okay. Telescope. Driver's seat. What's that? Video controller, ACB controller. What? That is cool. Breadboard. It's all over there. Simple weapons. Cell. 20. Put some more of these on here. Cool! It actually has like animated drums like that. Wow. Uh-oh. Sneeze repair bots. Why does it have repair bots? It's like the #1 thing you need. %60%. Repair. Where'd it go? That's it. What? It's gonna sink like shit. Like a rock. Dang. That was a big hole. Okay, what else to take out? Husker Oil, Pioneer. Bam. Ooh. Jesus. Bam. 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 Not very accurate. Ooh, damn, that's a big hit. What's that one? Called? I'm thinking about. Reach yourself. Great talents. Jesus Christ. Big. Whoa. Damn, big ass shells. Why is it so goddamn slow? So, wow. That's unbelievable. Water's cold now. So it's very useful. What's wrong with that? It's not even. It's being driven, it's just not doing it. Decent. 75%. Okay. See Facebook. 2 likes. Okay. Good new sound effects. Oops. Okay. Yeah. I think it's a little off. Don't flip. Hang on. Hey. Alright. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, don't flip over. You're gonna flip over. No, you're not. Okay, oh, what do I do? Holy sh! Wow, this is powerful. Why does he keep doing that? There we go. Something wonky about the physics stuff. Sure, mass is always there. Good. Okay. Whoa. Turn around. Oh shit. That's a problem. Got wrecked. 6 too heavy. 80%. Damn. Well, that's a problem. So just completely cord it out. Try something a little less crazy. Whoa. How many fractions are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Damn. Still a bad hit. Just took the whole thing out. That's the problem. Still floating though. It's amazing. They make it wider. Spouse over here. 3, 4. One, 2, 3. Listen. I understand that. Listen. 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 Copy. I'm on fire. Damn it. Are you telling me I have the... Wow. I need that. Maybe I do. Put it in here.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
There's different ways to make polymers so that they can recycle it. They just do it the cheapest way possible because they know it's not coming back.
Right.
So you have to put you have to put a tax on virgin plastic to make it valuable for people to be able to recycle it. Otherwise,
a great solution is hemp plastic. It's biodegradable and it comes from this plant. I mean, you can make hemp plastic, and we can grow it, and it's an easy crop to grow.
Is that scalable?
Yes, hemp is so weird. It doesn't even seem like it should be real. I mean, it really doesn't. I mean, it's an insane plant. I mean, you can make hempcrete out of it, which is far better than any building material we currently use. It's far more resistant to flame. There's just so many positive benefits of it in terms of insulation. The insulation factor is better than wood or plywood. It's really lightweight but incredibly strong. Have you ever grabbed a thick hemp stalk? Have you ever held on to one?
No.
It doesn't seem real. It's hard like this oak, but yet it's light like balsa wood. It's so strange. It feels like it comes from another planet.
Wow.
Hemp is an extraordinary plant. It's the most extraordinary plant we have. First of all, it has all the essential amino acids. I love hemp protein. It's one of my favorite proteins. We sell it on it. We sell hemp protein. It's one of the very best proteins in terms of being able to mix it in like a protein shake and on the go. Your body digests it super easily, and it's like filled with amino acids. It's very easy for your body to digest and process. You can make oil out of it that they used to use for heating lamps. You can cook your food in it. There's so many different things you can do with hemp. You can make clothing. You can make far more durable cloth. Far more durable. The paper is far superior. In fact, the whole reason why William Randolph Hearst demonized marijuana in the first place was to protect his business, because he had paper mills and he was trying to protect it from hemp. Because on the cover of Popular Science magazine, they had come out with a decorticator. A decorticator was a way in the 1930s they devised to effectively process hemp fiber. Because for years, they used to use slaves to process hemp. Then when they figured out the cotton gin, cotton became easier to use, and then slavery became outlawed, and so people shied away from hemp. Well, they came up with this decorticator in the 1930s. It was on the cover of Popular Science magazine, Hemp, the New Billion-Dollar Crop. Well, William Randolph Hearst didn't just own Hearst Publications and newspapers. He also owned these huge forests that they were making paper with. So he, along with Harry Anslinger and using his newspapers, demonized marijuana to stop the commodity of hemp. Yes.
No idea.
He funded all those fucking crazy marijuana movies, Reefer Madness, all that shit. That was all him. They came up with these stories that these Mexicans and black men were taking this new drug called marijuana. Marijuana wasn't even a term for cannabis. Marijuana was a term for a wild tobacco. So they came up with this new name. They called it this drug. Everybody freaked out because they didn't have the internet back then. No one had access to real information other than Hearst newspapers, Hearst Publications. So he just fucking out and out lied and made up these crazy stories and funded these documentaries. And then marijuana became illegal and still is to this day. And you still have knuckleheads like Joe Biden literally yesterday saying that he thinks marijuana is a gateway drug. We're still in this, but forget about marijuana. Imagine if it wasn't psychoactive at all. The idea that hemp should be illegal until really recently in this country is a fucking travesty. It's horrific. It's food, it's clothes, it's paper. It doesn't even make sense that it could be so many things. It's literally like one of the most positive plants the Earth's ever known.
Okay, I'll vote for it.
Dude, you should do a next documentary on that.
I think you got to Joe Biden. He's had to,
Joe, fuck you, too
backtrack
late.
A little bit.
There's a lot to talk on here where I stand. Oh, 1 hour ago. I
Yeah,
put my
I know.
fucking Instagram post out this morning, Scott.
And they did this one.
I basically had a well-worded thing saying that anyone who thinks that marijuana should be legal is basically saying you should be locked in a cage for experimenting with your consciousness. And the freedom to do whatever you want with your body, that is, especially with marijuana, that's not poisonous. No one's died of it ever. In the history of the human race, there's never been a single overdose from marijuana. And this knucklehead saying that it's a gateway drug. No, pain is a gateway drug. Trauma is a gateway drug. Abuse is a gateway to drugs. It's not marijuana. Marijuana is just a time-honored psychedelic substance that people have been enjoying for thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, they should run for Congress.
Fuck that. I'm not running for anything. I'm not even running for my neighborhood's whatever the hell it is.
I just saw a poster over there. Did you run for mayor, or was that a joke?
What poster?
Oh, I thought there was a poster.
Oh, it's 100% a joke. Look, I'm not ever running for anything ever.
Well, it was right next to Hunter Thompson for mayor, and I thought, well, maybe there was some truth to it.
No, it was Hunter Thompson for sheriff, but there's nothing there for me.
Yeah,
Is there anything for me?
you're right.
I don't think. No, it's just Hunter Thompson. That's not me.
Right.
Look, I'm not running for anything ever. I have 3 jobs and 3 kids. I'm busy, and I have a lot of hobbies. Too many hobbies. I'm trying to chip away at hobbies.
Yeah.
But if I can get Joe Biden to shut the fuck up, I'm very happy. Crazy asshole. There's so many people that smoke pot in this country. He's so crazy. For him to come out against that is so goddamn dumb.
How do you smoke pot on the show and still hold a conversation, though?
You want to see? I'll smoke it with you right now.
No.
It's not hard.
You'll be doing it by yourself. Yeah.
Because I'm a stoner. I know how to do it, man. I've been doing it forever. Look, one of the things that I said in my Instagram post today, marijuana is not for everybody, and I think it should be used carefully. Because, look, I've said a lot of dumb shit when I've been high. I've thought a lot of dumb shit. I've been paranoid. It's not for everybody. I think it should be treated cautiously. But there's a lot of benefits to it. I really firmly believe that it's made me a more sensitive person. It's made me more interested in community. It's made me more aware of how important it is that we're all connected and that we all converse with each other in a calm way. It's made me feel better about happy communication with people. It's made me more affectionate. It's made me more compassionate, more kind. It makes me more aware. You know, the feeling of paranoia, one of the things that paranoia is just an overall expanding of your awareness of your vulnerability.
Josh Holm. Oh boy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Have you ever been to Teotihuacan?
No, I've never been there. I heard it's amazing.
Something really interesting happened to me there. Now, not only is this square that we went to and stand on this earth mound, and this guy who was nicknamed this gorilla giving us this wonderful tour, just a spot, the most romantic tour ever of this place for such a rough place. And he goes, wait, right here. And we're in this giant square, and he runs down this dirt mound about, I don't know, say 150 feet away, 200 feet away, and he goes, and it was like, oh my God. I could hear him. He goes, this square was built with these mounds here to be able to speak at this voice.
Whoa.
And I was like, what? And then we walk, and he.
That right there? Is that it up there?
Yes. Well, it's okay. It's that way, and then go left.
You could look this way, so you don't have to look backwards.
Yeah.
So
if we were to see that square, if we were to go straight around that pyramid and make a left, that's where those mounds are. And the other thing is, in these, that's the same shot from a different angle. That's near where these shaman lived. The shaman had quarters, like an area of this place. And there's these sort of things, and I said, what are these? And he said, they're reflection ponds. I said, oh, like for reflecting. And he goes, no, for reflecting. And I'd never considered that you don't look at the stars by going, but that really you look down and you mark. So in 7 years when it comes around again, you're like, pattern. Because I'm always like, how do you look up and learn a pattern of that?
Right.
But by looking down.
Oh, that's crazy. So they had ponds just to look at the reflection of the stars and map them out.
Yeah, the shaman did. That was like in their neighborhood. And the way you were a shaman is if you had a birthmark on your head when you were born, they immediately were like, 2 boards, rope, and just put 2 boards and roped you and
Flatten
began a
your head out.
lifetime of like, so you're a shaman. which if you had a lifetime of that, you'd be like, hi, shaman. Hey, shaman. I mean, it's
So it's like being born a royal.
squeeze the shaman. Don't squeeze the shaman.
Even more weird, right? Because you don't have a history or a bloodline of it. It's just
It's
they
the
find
study
you.
of what we are, and that is significant. Because it felt to me immediately like, well, everyone can't do that. We need, you don't have a thing, and so
Yeah, if you don't have the birthmark.
yeah. I mean, that's a really good, entry, at the gate.
When you went to the Aztec temple as a musician, when you're sitting there, did it make sense? Like the acoustics, like the way it's set up, does the way the sound works, does it make sense to you? Like how they constructed it?
It left a very lasting feeling of that we're supposed to be here, and that it really restored a lot of faith in humanity. I didn't focus on the ritualistic murder that was going on there. It was just that's the one set of people. The other set of people built this, and they knew,
Right.
and they knew, and much like the Great Pyramids that are really, in the shape of Orion's belt, exactly that same concept of like, what's going on here matters, and if that is your focus, think of how wonderful it can be. Like how did those people know how to make that with without the wheel? That would be like really
That
hard.
seems insane. Yeah, the Aztecs didn't have the wheel, right?
Yeah.
Allegedly. Yeah, how the fuck did they do all that? Well, at least the way they did it physically, you can kind of we know that they murdered 80,000 slaves in a period of just a few days after the construction of that temple.
Yeah, so it was like, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
I think they
like
knew that they were going to be slaughtered. I think it was kind of like part of the gig.
Yeah, well,
Maybe I'm wrong with that. I might be wrong about that.
Well, it doesn't. With that many people, it wouldn't sound surprising that you'd have some cooperation. I mean, it's hard to imagine 80,000 people at once going, sorry, what? And not being like, well, fuck this, man.
Yeah.
That sounds like a cooperative event to me somehow.
Unless they were somehow or another locked up and they brought them out one by one.
That's an awfully big cage you've got there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 80,000. That's quite an arena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you'd have to build an extra one of those just to hold them.
Yeah, that's like a giant football arena.
It's that big.
Yeah.
It's that big. And what struck me as just because I play music, as I thought, okay, that means these acoustics are so perfect. Like, how do you discover that? Are you in a canyon? And you're like,
Right.
wow, this sounds. And then you sort of triangulate and start doing the geometry for how that works. And like, quick, someone invent geometry first, though, because I don't know. How does that, how manifest itself, that
Right.
understanding?
Yeah, how many thousands of years did it take before they figured out how to construct something?
Yeah, where someone on their deathbed is like, wait, one last thing
I gotta
about acoustics.
Sound kind of bounces off shit.
But it's got to be shaped like this.
Yeah.
With the Pythagorean theorem,
I've never been to any of the Aztec temples, but I went to Chichen Itza and saw some of the Mayan temples. And it just, whenever you're at a place like that, that's just magical, that's so fucking old and so amazingly constructed, you just think, what the fuck was it like to live back then?
Yeah.
Like, do we have a terrible idea of what
So follow.
they were like?
of course.
Yeah, we don't know.
Well, but it sort of dawned on me at some point that it was like,
Name
oh, you mean
is
the people that wrote our history
Lunchbox
wrote it
Broadcast.
as from the perspective of,
Thanks for following,
by the
man.
way, we're way better. Way better. But okay, here's the story of these other people.
Yeah, right?
You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
by some kind of dickhead winner.
Right. A
Yeah.
dickhead winner with guns.
Yeah. Like before we get started, I'm better than the person I'm going to tell you about.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we can't. Even though we can't do what they did.
Because what is the emotion when you're in that space? I'm trying to think of the right word to describe how I felt there.
Right.
And I guess
Awe, right?
yeah, it really is. It is awe, but also
Reverence.
there's almost reverence, and there's almost like some strange gratitude,
Yeah.
like where you're like, thank you I'm so thankful to be part of this, even just living in the time to appreciate this.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
it's so it feels like knowledge expanding that I don't have. So I just feel like, oh, if I could have a piece of that, if I could understand a piece of that. But just standing there is sort of understanding it.
Right. We have such an egotistical perspective when it comes to our personal civilization that like this, with the internet and with cars and with planes and all that, this is the best way to be.
There's a word for it. I can't. Can you try to find such a thing? There's a please.
What is the word?
I don't. There's a word for the word. Definition is to believe that the era you're in is the finest of them all.
Yes.
Up to this point. I think.
Yeah, I've heard that word. I know what you're saying. That is
It's some kind of dickhead syndrome.
Exactly.
It certainly was created by a man. There's some guy that's like, this is
Yeah.
fucking shit.
Yeah, I don't think it was a girl. If it was, she was like one of them alt-right female chicks.
But don't you wish that there was like a supportive mother who was like, yeah, sure, honey, you're the best. This is the best.
You're number one. Don't worry about the pyramids.
Yeah, don't worry about him, guys. He's fine. You're the best.
Yeah, it's like the same thing with the Native Americans and the settlers. That the settlers were imposing their lifestyle, but the people that experienced the Native American lifestyle, they wanted to stay living like that.
For sure. Well,
Yeah.
I think because it omitted so many of the things that the European culture was bringing.
Yes.
It seems like a distinct possibility that the European perspective, like when Pizarro and all that, was it 12 of them conquistadors killed like 1,000 natives in a matter of hours? When they land, they're looking for gold everywhere.
Right.
And at first, they have this belief that something big will come across the water and be their god. And here comes a ship with a bunch of dirty assholes that literally, factually dirty assholes have ridden across a boat. And I think about that perspective where they obviously were like, these people are nice, but I've had enough of this. They should have invented ships. We're better, so let's kill everyone here.
Yeah. Well,
Like
Cortez
it's such
and
an ego.
Montezuma,
That's what I
right?
mean. Cortez.
Yeah.
Cortez. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't know what was going on because I don't think that previous to that time they'd ever seen him on a horse before.
No, and come across. You imagine a big boat and then a
Yeah.
few horses where they're like, what the fuck is?
Yeah.
Gary, come over and look at this. It's impossible to fathom.
Yeah, a man riding a beast. They're probably like, what in the fuck?
With like rusty armor from being on a fucking boat for months.
Yeah.
Like looking like shit, being desperately like, like, I imagine their relief when they come up on these horses with this armor and all this stuff, and they're like, they're cool. This is gonna be easy, I mean, at first they must have thought maybe we could do this with some goodwill, but quickly it's like, you guys are too primitive. We're just gonna take over here.
I doubt they even thought they were going to do it with goodwill. I don't think there was any goodwill back then. I think people just murdered.
You think that there's perhaps that more people took more lives in a way, like per capita or something?
I think that it was a more brutal way of taking lives. I'm sure people take more lives today in war, but I think back then it was hands-on.
Right, but it seems like more percentage of the people that are alive had an opportunity or the possibility to kill someone today.
Yeah.
Too. So it's like if you are with 150 people, all of which have killed at least 3 people.
Right.
That's an interesting group.
And then you land on a boat.
You've been there for months, and you're like, maybe you are like, we gotta kill somebody and rape something and take something as quick as possible.
And you have no idea what the fuck they're saying because you can't speak their language, so it's easy to just.
And they're being nice.
Yeah.
So you're like, we're gonna fuck these people up in 5, 4, 3, like that silent count off. It's bizarre.
Well, that's the history of mankind is men showing up in boats and killing everybody that they met.
And then kind of doing their own version of a selfie on the dead guy.
Yeah. Right.
Getting from this
paintings.
side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Draw me.
I would imagine what it would be like if you could be a fly on the wall when Montezuma met Cortez. Just to be there and see what that was like when these people who had never encountered Spaniards before, and these guys show up in these boats.
With 2 absolutely different beliefs and perspectives of what's about to go
Lunchbox still
down.
on?
What's crazy is that is why Mexico speaks Spanish.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't get that in their head. Like, oh, Mexico.
It's why all of South America,
Spanish.
except for Brazil,
Right,
Brazil is Portuguese.
Yeah. We don't get that in our head. Like, Mexico speaks Spanish. Why do they speak?
And has horses.
Spain? Yeah, Spain's way the fuck over there. How is
Where they
what?
speak Spanish.
Yeah. Like, it makes no fucking sense, but then you realize, like, oh my god, they were conquered by the Spaniards. Whoa.
Yeah, and a long time ago.
Fucking time ago. Long fucking
Because
time ago.
because of having my music teacher as a young boy drilled the song in 1492 from Spain through wind and storm and
Right.
gale. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa. That
1492.
1492, which by my watch is a long time ago.
It is, but it's not. You know, like I had a joke in my act about the United States being founded in 1776. People live to be 100. That's 3 people ago. That's real, though. I know it sounds fucked up when you hear
You're
it.
funny. Yeah.
When you hear it, it sounds like, is he right? Like,
Well-
that's not right.
Well, what's
Like,
funny
wait a
is
minute, that
that's
is right.
totally true.
Yeah, it is right.
I
Yeah.
mean, that's
we just got here.
yeah, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the thing is, anything that happens before you were born seems like a million years ago.
Of course, but also 1776 seems like yesterday to me. I wasn't alive, and I'm ready to admit that. But that seems like that is just very
Fucking
close, I'm
super
sure.
recent.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
What's up, Jeremy?
Did you see what Colin O'Brady was on the podcast a few months ago now? But
Yeah,
he
he's gonna
announced-
row across
Yeah,
to
from
Antarctica.
Drake's Passage, I guess is what it's called, in this little teeny rope.
Oh Jesus! He's crazy.
A couple other guys he's going to do it with, but I guess they're going to...
He walked across Antarctica.
Yeah,
It's a
I mean, of
harrowing
course.
story.
How did it really? I can't imagine it not being fraught at every other's
Yeah.
footstep.
I bet you do that though for like however long it takes in the summer rowing and come out ripped. I bet you develop serious back muscles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a really positive way to look at it.
Yeah, it's a great workout.
So
that
if
you're
you want,
forced to
if
do
you
to stay
do you want
alive.
bigger back,
You want your back to look beautiful? Okay, the crew must
row
work
with me.
24 hours a day, rotating around the clock with little to no sleep. What?
Yeah, they're live streaming this whole thing with
Oh
Discovery.
my
so, like,
God.
if they die, we're going to watch it.
Bro, look
I
at this.
just,
The swells can tower up to 50 feet high. What the fuck, man?
Can you imagine
It
it's
sounds so crazy. It sounds so fucking crazy.
well, imagine it's 2:27 in the morning,
Yeah.
and everyone's asleep, and you're in charge of rowing over 50-foot swells.
And how much can you sleep? If everybody has to work 24 hours a day, what do you get, like an hour sleep a day?
Well, you get tons of fake
Why
sleep.
the fuck
the
did
part
I not
tired of rowing.
You're
update?
in the zone. Look at this fucking boat, too. It's a shitty little boat.
Can you imagine being the cameraman? That's the most boring thing ever on that. Did you see that cameraman in the back?
Oh, that's ridiculous. He's got a row, too, though. There's no one who's just a cameraman. 6 athletes, it says. 1 boat.
No chance.
No motor. They're fucked.
yeah.
Yeah. No sail. Oh, God. Why do people have to do things like this?
No
I mean,
turning back.
I love talking to them when they come back, but why do they have to do that? It just seems so ridiculous.
Good luck.
The impossible row. Follow the expedition.
I wonder how you sell that idea to like the other rower.
They have to be
how do you go?
assholes too.
There you go.
bunch of crazy assholes to get together. I was thinking about running 1,000 miles. Well, hey, before you do that, I got a project.
Yeah, does it start with like, hear me out. Just hear me out. Let me finish the pitch,
Yeah.
and then like, do you have to predecess that like that, or
Yeah.
do you just gently try to?
I think those kind of people
I don't know what are
find
you
themselves.
up to. Yeah, certainly they're
Yeah.
they're near the ore store or whatever the fuck.
There are some people out there that just can't push themselves hard enough. You know, no matter what happens. They're like my friend David Goggins. He ran this Moab 240. It's a 240-mile race through the desert. He developed pulmonary edema, which I guess you get at high altitudes when you're exerting yourself.
Yeah, that Everest like yeah.
Crazy shit, right? So he goes to the hospital. They treat him. He gets back and finishes the race. So he ran another 80 miles after he ran 180 plus with fucking pulmonary edema. Like, what?
Well, but does that mean that when you get done that you're like, good, whew, okay?
No, he doesn't give a fuck.
I mean, it's
He's
not
running
really in the
again in 2
ending.
days.
Yeah.
There's no end with that guy.
It's there's no destination at all.
There's no finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just like brake to take a leak, I suppose.
The thing is, they all know there's other people like them out there. So it's
Because
like,
they're at the same race.
yeah, not even just that. It's just that they're all connected, but from the internet. You know, they're all connected through the circles that they travel in. They're connected through just they follow other people like them online.
But do you think that a drive like that is more an internal one, or do you think that the competition of seeing what someone else did is what kind of factor do you think that?
I think they both play a factor. It's other people that are pushing it. They make you realize that it's possible, and then it's you also
Then
have
you-
to have
then
some
you-
sort of insane internal furnace.
Yeah, well, I believe when they did some brain testing on that climber fella that did the
Alex Honnold.
yeah, that he just didn't trip out it took a lot more to freak him out.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
That his brain waves were like,
Yeah.
no, I'm cool. Like when you're hanging by one toenail upside down.
Dude, even talking about him makes me nervous. I've had him on twice.
Those shots.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I shit in someone else's pants. I get so scared.
Let me borrow your pants real quick.
Those are great on you. Let me try them on. And then I'm like, here you go.
Dude, sometimes it's not even
I
straight
lost
up and down. Sometimes it's an angle back.
Yeah, like
Yeah. Like 15 degrees back the wrong direction. Like what?
Do you just watch that and get vertigo where your balls are sort of like, all right,
Look at this. Look at this.
don't. I can,
Bro, that's way more than 15 degrees. How many degrees is that? If you had to guess.
45.
That's like 45 degrees, right?
Yeah,
So he's
that is definitely
and he's
45 degrees. from that.
fucking 1,000 feet up in the sky. Oh.
Do you have to? My palms are sweaty.
Yeah,
do,
mine
do,
are sweating like crazy.
do you have
feel
to?
that. Feel
Yeah.
that.
Oh, it's like, I couldn't tell if that's yours or mine.
Dude, that's crazy. Like instantaneous palm sweat.
We need to drink Purell now.
Just light our hands on fire. Put our hands in the same bucket of water you use for the scorpion.
You know, riding a motorcycle, like I try to stay focused and be
Right.
very now.
Right. In the moment.
Yeah, because it's a requirement. Like when you're sort of like, did I leave the iron on?
Right.
That's whenever I've gotten in like a little fender bender. Or,
Right.
Thanks for the follow.
but in that,
Vestigial
there is
virtue.
no, do you have to?
Oh,
Stay
thanks for
so
the host,
in it
man.
that there is no out, or
I think so.
can
yeah.
you let yourself drift in like almost like a meditative state and just be like hands?
I don't think you can. I think if you drift, you're fucked. I mean, I think first of
Well,
all,
so
the
how do you
physical
stop things?
requirements-
Well, then how do you stop things like, guess who's hungry? Hands up. Oh shit. I mean,
I think he does it so often that he knows how to get into that state. But there's also like, look at that little thing. Go that back. to that
State of
picture real quick.
disbelief.
Look at that little thing he's holding on with his left hand. What's to say that doesn't chip loose? What's to say? What's to say? I mean, some of those rocks.
But
they're
talk
not-
about manifesting that you do it. Talk about saying, yes, it's already done. You'd have to say it's already done.
I don't know what. I think you just got to go left foot, right hand, left hand. And then you also have done it many times with ropes.
But also when you're on the ground, you're like, want to hang out? And he's like, no.
Bro, that looks like 60 degrees.
Yeah, this
Like-
is a little more.
That's insane. He's like basically hanging upside down, climbing so far above the fucking trees.
On
They're
purpose.
blurry.
On purpose.
On purpose.
like it's Tuesday there. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Most people, you and me included, would be dead. We wouldn't be able to do what he's doing.
Oh, I'd be dead of a heart attack from realizing I was going to try.
And he's such a mellow guy too. That's what's really interesting.
Yeah, like look at that smile. That's it's like
He also just started recently getting injured.
right. I saw that thing.
Yeah, in the movie.
I tell you what, though, I will read or watch anything about Everest or climbing, or I don't. If there's something, because I'm always like, well, I'm gonna go for that metaphorically, but
Metaphorically.
yeah, like I'm gonna take that metaphorically,
That energy and put it into the
yeah,
guitar.
and put it into something else, like
Yeah.
I don't know, pass those chips over here, like
The way I eat.
yeah.
I eat the way those climbers risk their lives.
See that sundae over there? I'm gonna climb that thing.
It's just knowing that someone like that is out there, though. It changes what our expectations are, like what we think of as the boundaries of human performance and what someone's capable of doing.
Well, it's certainly there's a weird epiphany when you're watching someone do that,
Yeah.
because you're sort of like, I'm doing the exact opposite of this person that I'm watching.
Yeah, you're just sitting there,
Yet you're like,
not risking anything.
yeah, you're just sort of like, Thank you for doing this for my pleasure. There's a moment of disconnect for me when I'm like, I'm going on a hike. I can't finish this movie anymore. Or, you know, I'm not supposed to finish this movie.
Well, it's interesting because what he's doing is essentially a spectator sport, but there's no audience until after it's done.
Right. So it ultimately for the climb must be singularly about you. I mean, it must be. I don't know how you include someone else during that thing.
I think it's just all about the moment. I think he's just, like I said, I think he's thinking left foot, right hand, left hand, and you just keep going, and you know the path.
Well, then that would be akin to you know, some of the greatest meditative minds that have ever existed.
Yeah.
Because,
it's gotta be.
Because it's one thing to meditate in position and kind of go deeply within and keep going into the depths, which are vast, right? But but it's different if you said, "Now will you get up and climb this thing, please?"
Yeah.
There would be a certain amount of, no, I'm still meditating. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
Where you might be like, "No, I'm doing this so I don't have to do that."
Right, to maintain that mindset through action. That's a different kind of
Okay,
meditation because the
machine.
consequences are so grave.
Over here.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I'll tell you an interesting story. I was when we were making that film, there was a point where we went down to the IWC, the International Whaling Commission meeting down in Chile, and we were trying to get an interview with some of the top people that run the organization because whales are killing them en masse. And we had the footage at that point, and we were just hoping to get an interview with somebody that worked for the International Whaling Commission. And I think it was going from Houston to Santiago. The plane was full. I couldn't even sit next to my partners my buddies in the film crew. There was one empty seat next to me, and they were waiting for somebody else to come from another flight. And right before the plane door closes, in comes Akira Nakamai. He's the head of Overseas Fishing for Japan, the head bull goose loony, and he sits down right next to me. I'm looking at my buddies, on the plane, thinking, my God, if there's a God, he has a good sense of humor. So he sits down next to me, and I didn't want, him to find out who I was and then move. So I waited till dinner was served, like an hour or two later, and I said, "Do you have any idea who I am?" He said, "No." I said, "I know who you are. I want to show you a film." Yeah, and so we had a condensed version of it. Probably about 12 or 15 minutes of it at that point. And I showed it to him, and I said, "How do you reconcile killing these sentient, intelligent animals when you know that their flesh is poison? And there's recommendations for pregnant women to eat this, this flesh, on the Japanese Ministry of Health site." And he said, "I'm not in charge of food safety. I'm in charge of food security." In other words, he doesn't have to worry about the health consequences. His job is just to provide enough meat on the plate for the Japanese people. And it gives you an insight of how he's thinking. He's in charge of, I think there's 145 million people in Japan, in an area about the size of our California. And he says 70% of the land area in Japan is only good enough for growing crops on or living on, where we have to turn to the sea for food. And at that point, they were also caught stealing about 200,000 tons of endangered bluefin tuna. This is over about a 20-year period. Now, when you start talking about big numbers like that, I can't imagine. It's hard to imagine it. But imagine,
how are they stealing this tuna?
Well, they have quotas, and they're exceeding their quotas every year, which means that they're taken away from other countries.
Right.
So it's not just like every country has their allotment, and once you reach it, you're supposed to go home. But the Japanese kept on getting more, so the Australians actually caught them. They figured out over this 20-year period that they went through the books and saw what they reported and was actually sold at the Tsukiji market. Found out they had skimmed 200,000 tons. That's 5 big train cars, like trains full of endangered tuna, like not cars, but whole trains, like 110 car trains, 5 of them full.
It's weird to just reconcile the idea that tuna is endangered. You know, you think of tuna as being something that you just get at the store. Like tuna. Tuna's a weird one, right? Because it's such a common food. It's in cans. You see it at the sushi place. You know what I'm saying? Like to hear that tuna's endangered, most people are like, is tuna endangered? Like they're hearing this going, is tuna endangered? But when you talk to people that work at the fish market, they'll very clearly tell you that there's a radical difference between the amount of tuna that was available 30, 40 years ago versus now.
10 years ago. I mean, we're down to bluefin tuna in particular is down to about 90. It's down to 4% of their historical levels.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
and there's no way to stop this. There's no. I mean, it seems like
it's
everyone's waiting for someone else to do something, and during the meantime, everyone's just trying to make money.
a lot of money. Yeah, unfortunately, it's sort of what happens with endangered species. The more rare it becomes, the more valuable it becomes. And so there's very little incentive to do the right thing. And, but this is happening with all the fish stocks. I mean, I probably gave, I run a little organization called the Oceanic Preservation Society, and I probably gave out more seafood guides than anybody on the planet. This is the Monterey Seafood watches, like what fish are sustainable. And I've seen them, go through the fish stocks, so less and less, we start at the big animals and we start to, slowly go through all the fish stocks until like we're, like McDonald's used to do halibut. Now it's pollock, which is a very small, white fish from Alaska. And now that's being, hunted to extinction. So we're going through these fish stocks. It's, that shifting baseline where you're seeing, each successive generation adapts to the diminishment of the previous one. That's what's going on. So I just stopped, handing out seafood guides, and now I'm trying to sort of preempt it. So I don't think, the big question is, there's 7.5 billion of us on this planet, soon to be 10. Is there enough wild animals to feed us all? There isn't. You look at the biomass of mammals on the planet. Between livestock and humans, we occupy 96% of the biomass of mammals on the planet. 4% are wild mammals, and then so we can't all be eating wild fish. And think about that. You never go out and say, look, let's get some land food. You say, we've commodified, sea animals.
That is interesting, right? You don't say land food. That's a really good point. They did at the turn of the century. I mean, during the late 1800s, rather, there was market hunting in North America. And a lot of the soldiers were done with the Civil War, rather. They were hunting, and they hunted all the deer, the bear, the antelope, the buffalo, and they got down to like incredibly low numbers. Elk to this day, I think, are only in 10% of their original range that they were at in the 1700s, and that was all from market hunting, from people just going out and buying, meat from these market hunters that have shot these things, and they didn't really have refrigeration back then, so it wasn't like they could freeze it and store it, and they got down to these incredibly low levels until Teddy Roosevelt and a lot of other people that were conservation-minded realized like what was happening here, and they put a stop to it all, and then started enacting programs to reintroduce these animals to the areas where they're extirpated. And now you see historic levels, especially white-tailed deer. There's more white-tailed deer in America now than were when Columbus landed. So that's been success, but that's a weird one too, because white-tailed deer are almost a farm animal, because there's so many of them that exist in Iowa and Kansas and around farmlands. Like they literally exist in fields, and a lot of them live off of GMO crops. So it's very strange. So, like, I have a buddy of mine, my friend Doug Duran, who has this huge piece of land in Wisconsin. And he's like, the deer in my area are essentially eating these GMO corn. They're eating Monsanto corn. Like, this is so weird. Like, they're wild, but they're also kind of farm animals, because they exist in record numbers because they've got so much food to eat.
And no predators.
Yeah, I mean, the only predators they have there, they have some wolves now, very few, in some parts of the driftless area in Wisconsin. I think they have some bears too, and coyotes, a lot of coyotes that will kill a lot of the fawns.
I lived in Boulder, Colorado for a while, and we had a lot of bears and mountain lions come through our yard because we were right at the base of the foothills of the Rockies. And the neighbor, I woke up one morning, the neighbor was like looking at this minivan, and there's a big dent in the side. and he's trying to figure out like how to get a dent because it was parked here all night, and he found an antler in the bushes. And we thought, well, what the hell, how did, and then the question was, how does a deer run into it? And then in the paper the next day, there was a picture of a mountain lion out of the house down the block, sitting on a hot tub cover, this is in the winter, holding a deer with one, in his mouth with one antler.
Oh, so it attacked it and slammed it into, oh, Jesus Christ. I lost a dog in Boulder to a mountain lion.
Wow.
Yeah, I had a little dog. It was part American Eskimo and part Pomeranian. Mountain lion got it.
The mountain lion, I think, got our cat.
Yeah, they get everything up there, man. If it's not them, it's a fox. There's a lot of foxes up there that get things. But God, it's beautiful. Boulder's incredible place. And you'll be driving down the road and you see, it's weird. Like the deer in Boulder know that they're safe. So like we were looking at this house in Boulder, and we opened up the door to the backyard, and there was this enormous deer just standing there staring at us. And my wife thought it was fake. I go, no, that's a real deer. She's like, what? And then it just turns its head and starts moving around because it wasn't even remotely freaked out that there were people a stone's throw away from it.
Yeah.
They're just so used to being around people. It's weird.
Yeah, the neighbor, I remember a neighbor where I was planting rose bushes on the front of their property, and all proud. And then I remember I was driving home like later on that day, and there's such a deer coming, just snipping the tops of the roses, just going
love
like
it.
a salad bar.
Yeah, many people have turned on deer because of the loss of their gardens, the roses especially. They love roses. Yeah, it's is there anybody that has ever come up with any sort of a plan to do what they did for wild animals in North America? Because you can't regulate it the way you can wild animals. Because in wild animals, if they have a particular area, you could make it so people can't go in that area. But the ocean is so enormous. Like, how has anybody come up with some sort of a repopulation plan?
Sure. There's E.O. Wilson. I'm on the board of the advisory board of his group. It's called the Half-Life Project. You know who E.O. Wilson is?
No.
Okay. E.O. Wilson is a Harvard professor. He has 2 Pulitzers for his work in biology. He's wrote the book on biodiversity. He's considered the father of modern biodiversity. He's getting right around 90 years old now. But looking at, he would do things like go to an island and then pretty much exterminate everything on it, and then try to figure out, well, at what rate do the animals come back, and what's sustainable. And he's figured out that to save 85% of the wild animals on the planet, you have to put aside half of it for them. That's
half of the planet.
Half the planet. Yeah.
So the ocean, you would have to literally make half the ocean where people couldn't travel in it?
Not travel in it, just not exploit it.
No fishing.
Yeah, no fishing. Yeah. And so Sylvia Earle is working on hotspots. These they're called. I think what she calls it's like blue zones where you have a lot of biodiversity. Try to keep those away from fishing exploitation. How
do they do that though? Like how? Oh, good idea. You would have to get everybody on board, right?
Yeah. Well, the high seas are that's tough, right?
Yeah.
Well, the Japanese were fishing in in an international marine sanctuary for decades. So you have to it's really tough when you have organizations that really don't have any teeth to it.
It's the attitude that he has, that pragmatic attitude about feeding the population. You almost can sympathize with him, right? I mean, 100+ million people in this tiny place the size of California, and just pulling mostly fish out of the ocean. I mean, it's a crazy place to be in terms of his position.
Yeah, I mean, I don't envy it at all. But what do you do?
You don't slaughter dolphins. That's what you do.
Yeah, well, we're endangered species,
yeah.
Or I mean, I don't know what's what's sustainable anymore. I mean,
is it possible? I mean, I know they've done this in some places outside of Hawaii, where they've bred animals, fish rather, like sushi fish, like hamachi, and they've had these pens set up, and then a lot of times a storm will come by, like a huge storm, and they break these pens, and then those fish get wild, and then people start catching them.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, like salmon, like, well, you know, I went, they were trying to, in Japan, when we were doing the Cove, went to a university where they were breeding the first bluefin tuna. These are from eggs, you know, so this is when, like what they do at some places where they catch them, then they put them in these pens, and they fatten them up. These were, they're making bluefin from scratch, basically, from eggs. And really hard to do, really skittish. And when I went there, they were shoveling, this is back when I ate fish, they were shoveling these mackerels, like what I would feed my family with, like a family of 4. They were shoveling it to the tuna. And I said, hold on a minute, like how much, you know, mackerel does it take to make a pound of tuna? He said, about 7, for up until about 150 pounds, and after that it takes 14 pounds. So 7 pounds of wild fish to make 1 pound of farm-raised fish. I mean, this is like going to the bank and, you know, because you want a crisp $5 bill and say, look, you know, give me a, you know, here's a couple 20s.
Wow. Why can't you just
But that's, you know, if you look at, you know, what are they feeding, you know, a lot of these fish, they're feeding them, you know, lots of farm animals and fish, wild fish. And I was just reading this morning a Los Angeles magazine that, and the cover it says, fish are fucked. And it has, and it talks about, like, the fish that are raised, and I don't know the data behind it, but they have 8 times more pollutants in it than wild fish. I don't know if it's what they're feeding or maybe because they're sitting in a...
They're stationary. I think that's a big part of the problem.
Yeah, and apparently they don't taste as well. But.
When we were in Hawaii recently, we went scuba diving and you know, snorkeling, so you jump off the boat and you're swimming around, and you know what's really fucking weird about that is how few fish there are. Like when you're under there, you're like, you expect you're gonna dunk your head underwater with those goggles on, you're gonna see all this wildlife, all these fish swimming around. It's not much.
Yeah,
you don't see much.
Yeah, there was about 10 years ago, I was down in the Caribbean. A friend was getting married, and I took his daughter out to, you know, I didn't know it at the time, but it was her first time snorkeling. And we were in an area that I'd been...
I didn't need to use that. Which we probably will need to use. Okay, we're starting the mission now, so...
That's enough blue glow.
I'm just gonna place down and tell them my level 1.
You got this, Commander.
Up on the roof.
Oh no, these guys are so overpowered. Chase,
What?
I think we're a little bit overpowered for this mission. Just a smidge.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, you might be on more missions than me, but you know the level difference.
Yeah, I know.
Like, you're about to be level 40, and I'm about to be level 50.
Yes, I understand that, Joe. You don't have to rub it in. But at least I'll be in Canny Valley soon, so...
We have 5, no, pretty much 4 pages of missions after this to go.
I have 3, and the last one isn't even like a full thing, it's like 3 missions, so... I think I have 11 missions or 10 left.
Oh, dude.
Oh, they're getting in.
Go.
How did they get in? Jeez.
You got that side, I got this side.
All hands, Atlas under attack.
How are they getting in?
Why aren't you helping us?
Oh, I think I know where they're getting in from. Is it here?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I think our teammates are just farming resources and that's mostly now. We're the only ones actually doing the work.
Don't put that there, just do that.
Oh my god! Stop. You guys have to... Put them from the back. Oh god. Oh god. case if they don't have Super Bowl, I think it's time for Super Locker on the...
I don't think we actually get the Mega Base, Kyle, though. I think that you have to play the game once you get that.
That's the other one.
The one that we got? Are you sure? Well, I know that free one, but I think it might be
the girl one you get for...
I know, I
Save the Atlas.
what in the world? Who is
Where are
not
these guys getting good from?
who is not protecting the Atlas?
They broke open. They broke open from here. They broke the door open.
I can see.
Protect the Atlas with your life.
Cold dead hands
How
on
are
the
they
radar.
getting in?
Where are they getting in at?
Well, maybe the big hole in the ceiling. That could be one place. Just gonna put that out.
Spot where nobody's decided to put it out. You can't let any of them get in again, or else it's game over. Don't all get one place. Get every place you can. Oh, somewhere on the roof.
Hey, Vanguard. On a scale to 1 to 10, how good are you on loot?
7.
7? Oh, okay. If you do you want a Gravedigger or something?
Sure.
Okay, I'll make you one. I'm making one. It's only a 58.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
So I can also give you like a 58 Jacko ring. Chase, we have problems.
Yeah, I can see.
Or Danagar here. 58 Jacko behind you. Behind you.
Thank you.
I have the lowest durability 130 Jackal in the game because I shot it like 3 times, but then the update came.
I don't know how we're still alive, but
Don't ask me. We're probably just protecting it with our lives at this point.
exactly. There's a part over here where there are okay, I gotta go around. There is a part over here where they're gonna get in very soon. I don't wanna open it. 'Cause-
Okay, get it.
well, I'm trying to hold it so that they can't get in. I'm not gonna risk it.
Oh, I see a spot too.
No. Oh god.
18 health.
Yeah, we're not risking anything right now. If we lose at the last 30 seconds, I'm just gonna leave it first.
30 seconds left to go.
30 seconds left.
No problem. He's saying stuff in the chat.
To about 20 years before, and there was nothing. There was nothing there. It was just like a desert.
Yeah.
And then I heard her screaming through her snorkel, and I thought, what's wrong? And she was screaming because she saw a single orange tang. That was the only life form we saw there. I used to see clouds of schools of these, orange and blue tang. Now there was nothing. And I thought, my God, she thinks that that's beautiful. And it is. It's just, the single fish. But, again, that shifting baseline, the generation before when I was there, probably looked like the land before time.
Right.
These places I went to with Clark, Raja Anpat, where you'd see, if you go to the Caribbean, you might see 30 fish on different species of fish on a dive. In Raja Anpat, you can see 300. And it was just miraculous. And when you're taking pictures, you actually see more detail with the picture than you can with your eye can't comprehend it all. So it's only when you get back and you see these reefs that we lit like jewel boxes. You see how much life that there is there. But there was just unbelievable, stunning amounts of wildlife. But that's going on all over the world. In the Great Barrier Reef, we lost over half the Great Barrier Reef in the last 2 years. It was never that good anyway. 15 years ago, after being to some of the best preserved places in the world that I've been to with Clark, we looked at the Great Barrier Reef and we'd be like, oh my God, this is not that great. And now they've lost half again. So, if you're just putting your head in the water for the first time and you come from, Iowa or Wisconsin or Boulder, that looks pretty good. But if you knew what came before that, you're seeing this assault against, nature going on.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Has anybody come up with any sort of comprehensive plan or anything that makes sense where they can viably repopulate the ocean? The idea of stopping and slowing down fishing would be wonderful, but if it really gets to a point where we've got to somehow or another independently grow these fish and reintroduce them to the wild, is there any talk of doing things like that, or is it even impossible?
I think it's impossible, the scale of what's going on right now. When I was in Japan, they were saying that, we used to go out we could fill up a boat in a day. Now it's 8 days. Now we have to go out 30, and we're competing with the Koreans, the Chinese, the Taiwanese. It's
and everybody's just going gangbusters.
And we're using military gear to sonar to catch things at this unprecedented rate. It's not sustainable. I personally don't believe that feeding this planet currently, you can do it with fish. I don't think you can do it with and we know what's that the unethical side of raising farm animals for this is it's just. I think we have to transition to another form. I think it's going to be 10 or 12 years, but I think we're headed that direction. I think what you're seeing now is that there's a direction towards people want to eat healthier, they want to eat sustainable. And I know you're a hunter. I was a hunter too. I hunted fish, and I understand, like, when you come back with the goods, you come back with an animal, and you're feeding your family, you're feeding your friends, you feel like the man. You feel like there's something you tap in that's really primitive in a really genuine way that makes us feel good about who we are, that you're providing. And I know that happened when I was a fisherman. You go hunt a fish with your friends, and there's a group thing going on, and everybody's there, they're enjoying themselves, and it feels wonderful. But we can't do it with wild fish. And, you know, with 4% of the biomass being wild animals now and the rest of it being, it's not sustainable. And I wish it was, because there's something we lost with that. But we have to transition. We're at that period right now where we have to figure out, how do you feed a planet?
That's the real problem, right? And not just how do you feed a planet. How do you feed a planet that may double its population in the next 50 years?
Yeah, well, they're talking 10 billion by 2050, and we're already at a point where, you know, we're at the...
Yeah, so 20 years past that, it might really be double. It might be 15 million, or excuse me, billion people. That's crazy.
So, you know, you can't have 18.5 million people in the greater Los Angeles area going out and hunting for their food or fishing for, you know. So what are we going to eat? You know, and I think the way to do it is, you know, drifting more towards plants, getting, you know, last week I was in Loma Linda, California. You know where that's at. You've heard about one of the blue zones?
Yeah.
And, you know, so it's for the people out there that might not know about it, Dan Buettner, geographic fellow, popularized the idea that there's these 5 geographic regions on the planet where people live longer and without chronic disease than any other place on the planet. So I was out there last week at the Brain Health and Alzheimer Clinic. And there's 2 researchers that started one. There wasn't one for miles around. And they opened it. You know, 1 out of 3 people in America in the next 10 years are going to be affected by Alzheimer's. Either they're going to have it, their mate's going to have it, they're going to be taking care of somebody that has it, their parents. So it's going to overtake heart disease as our #1 disease that we have. They opened up the Brain Health Clinic there, an Alzheimer clinic, and nobody came. Now, about half the population is Seventh-day Adventists. They're vegetarians by religion. And you go to the grocery store, they don't sell meat. They have milk, they have cow's milk, but it's on the bottom shelf. There's some few things of it. And they, to find people initially, they had to go to San Bernardino, across the highway. There's nothing different, geologically different between San Bernardino and Loma Linda. They're you know, drinking the same water, breathing the same air, but they have a different diet. But they're living about 10 years longer than everybody. San Bernardino is one of the unhealthiest populations in America, and on the other side of Highway 10, you have one of the healthiest populations in the entire world, and they're living about 10 years on average longer. They're doing other things too. It's not just diet.
It's a big factor, sleep. I mean, Dr. Matthew Walker has been on this podcast, who's a well-renowned sleep scientist, was discussing that it's one of the biggest corollary, one of the biggest factors where they've determined that the less sleep you have, the higher likelihood you have of Alzheimer's disease, and it's really stark. Like the numbers are, they're pretty undisputable.
Yeah, well, I agree. They have 4 principles. You know, the Scherzais, Dean and Aisha's Scherzai. Sleep is one of them.
Yeah.
Whole foods, plant-based diet.
Yeah.
Support, you know, the community support, and exercise. Those are the big ones.
Yeah.
But out of the 3,000 people that they have in the Alzheimer's clinic now, only 13 of them are vegetarians and 3 vegans. So I mean, you look at, you know, if you break it down, the population, like how many of the 24,000 people there that are vegetarians, about 15%. You'd expect, you know, several hundred of them to be, you know, with Alzheimer's to be vegetarians.
So many of them are following that Seventh-day Adventist diet, which is vegetarian.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about San Bernardino, it's a very poor community, unfortunately. And I think you know as well as I do, a lot of people in poor communities eat terrible.
It's true.
You know, and you're eating junk food and sugar and all that crap. I mean, that's one of the primary factors when it comes to poor health and
education is related definitely to brain health, unfortunately, and it has nothing to do that they're stupid. It's just that you're right. They're not eating. They're not eating as well. They have to. You know, the first McDonald's was in San Bernardino. You know,
was it really?
Yeah. There was a way to the museum there, the McDonald's museum.
They have a McDonald's museum.
Yeah.
Do they have all the Ronald McDonald's from the beginning to the end?
Everything. Yeah. So they've been really good about keeping fast food out of Loma Linda for
But isn't there giant concerns even with large-scale agriculture when you're talking about monocrops and growing things for 15 billion people? You're going to need gigantic swaths of land. It's going to displace a lot of wildlife. You're going to have a lot of different chemicals that get released into the ground unless you're doing regenerative farming, in which case you're going to have to use some animal products anyway because you have compost and fertilizer. You need fish for fertilizer or something that creates nitrogen. There's a lot of issues even with large-scale agriculture when you're growing crops. You're doing something that's wholly unnatural. If you have, 1,000 acres of corn or soybeans or anything you're growing in large scale, that's not how nature intends it. Nature intends everything to be combined together.
Right, but if you look at the amount of crops that are out there, most land is being used to grow crops to feed animals.
Well, sort of. A lot of it's being used to feed animals. A lot of it's being used for corn syrup and a lot of different.
And we can agree on that. Get rid of it. Yeah,
I mean, you've seen King Corn, right? That's pretty fucking crazy when they check your DNA and they find out how much of your DNA is corn based. And you're like, what? Like, what is going on? Or how much of your cellular structure is corn based? It's like, how much corn is in your diet? And then you go through the supermarket and go and pick up box after box and read how much corn is in there. Corn starch, corn syrup, different proteins that they've extracted from corn.
Well, let me ask you, how do you think, if we have to feed 10, 15 billion people in the future, how do you think,
Real question.
We should be feeding the population?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. I have hope for this fake meat shit. Not the plant-based stuff where they're using oils but the actual physical meat, that they can figure out some way to create meat without animals die. Like I am not a fan of factory farming. It's the reason why I got into hunting in the first place. I saw a lot of those PETA documentaries, and I just didn't want to have any part of any of that shit. And I know there are ethical ranchers that raise their animals grass-fed and they let them roam, and there's a guy named Joel Salatin who has this thing called Polyface Farms, where he teaches people regenerative farming methods and teaches people how to let animals be animals, and is the polar opposite of factory farming. When you see these, and I'm sure you've seen some of these disgusting videos of these pig farms where they have lakes of sewage attached to these farms, where these pigs are in these warehouses stacked in one on top of the other, and then all their waste goes down through the floor and into these giant, huge lakes of shit and piss.
And then they spray it on the crops.
Well, I don't know if they spray that on the crops, but it leaks into the ground.
Yeah.
They spray the pig and shit on the
crop. Oh, yeah.
Well, look, all that stuff is wrong. I mean, all of it's wrong. I mean, whether chickens, raising chickens like that, or cows like that, or pigs like that. And there's a reason why they have these ag-gag laws. And those are another thing that are akin, in my eyes, to the same thing that the way we feel about dolphins in captivity in a place like SeaWorld. Those ag-gag laws, agricultural gag laws, they keep people from divulging the horrors of these factory farmers. And there's got to be a way to stop those laws, first of all. These places should be transparent. If there's something they do that's abhorrent, there's something they do, you could see the lives of these animals when they're treated in these horrific ways. It's not necessary. It's just they're doing that for profit. And this is why you can get a chicken sandwich for $1.99 or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, I mean, if the saying of slaughterhouses had glass walls.
Yes. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But going back to it though, I mean, so how do you? So lab meat, you think would be the?
I think lab meat has real potential. The same way cell phones used to cost, $1,000. What more than that? Like what was like one of those big Motorola bricks? Remember those things that Gordon Gekko had on Wall Street? They were really expensive. Like when he was walking down the beach with that thing, like, wow, that guy's a baller. He's got a phone. He's just walking with no cord. Now everyone has a phone. I mean, I was in Brazil, and these people were walking around. They had, very little money, but they all had phones. Cell phones have made their way throughout virtually all of the world. How much?
$4,000.
$4,000. So $4,000 in '82 is probably what today? 20? Probably like 20, right?
sure.
Yeah.
A lot.
A lot.
Let's just say
it's a lot.
Definitely a lot.
Even if it's $4,000. Imagine if a fucking iPhone was $4,000, people would be going crazy.
Well,
The
that
new
wants
one's almost $2,000, and everybody's going crazy.
So that just.
I
so
think that sort of technological innovation and improvement, I think we were going to see that in this sort of factory-created meat, because the original factory-created burger that they made, I believe it was $250,000 that it cost to create one, and people ate it, and they're like, this is beef. This is like real beef. I think with innovation, they could figure out a way to do that so we don't ever have to have these factory farming situations. I mean, I think that's possible.
Yeah, no, I think it is too. When I've talked to some of the people that are working on that, and when you look at how fast cells can reproduce, it's just a matter of scale and getting the right texture and taste.
Yes. Look, I'm under no illusion that what I do is available to everybody. I go hunting in the mountains. Most people don't want to do that, and I do it with a bow and arrow. No, most people don't want to learn how to do that. They don't have it in them. They don't want it. It's not interesting. To me, it is, if I shoot one elk, that is 400 pounds of meat. One life feeds me for a year. And I feed my friends. I feed a lot of people. I give elk meat out to a bunch of people. I'm under no illusion that everyone can do that. But everyone can't do most of the things that I do. I just do it because it makes me feel better than going and getting something that's factory farmed. If I saw what they did to chickens and I knew that my chicken had come from these horrific environments and I ate that, I'd feel sick.
Yeah.
And so that's why I became a hunter in the first place.
Yeah, well, that's what we concern ourselves is like how can you and I can eat. You probably better than me, but I can eat how I want to eat.
But doesn't that sound weird? You say I eat better than you?
No, well, you can afford more, is what I'm saying. You're
Is
you're
that what it
wealthier.
is?
No,
But I'm telling you, I'm getting my meat from the woods.
Well, I'm not saying better. I'm saying that
But
you
you did say better.
you could eat how you want.
Oh, I see what
You
you're saying.
easier than me. I'm
I
just
see
saying
what
I'm
you're
not
financially.
I've seen what you have around here. This nice little cozy man den you have down here. But boys, you should see what's out there. It's like the ultimate
It's a man
caveman.
Yeah. Not caveman, but man cave.
Man
Ultimate
cave.
caveman would be a giant Neanderthal. But yeah, look, the conversation between. I mean, I have a gang of friends that are vegan and vegetarian. One of my best friends is vegan, Ian Edwards. I love him to death. I don't dispute that we're in a conundrum and we're in a terrible situation as a civilization. We've certainly overpopulated the planet in many ways. And we've certainly allowed something to take root in our society that I think is disgusting. And that's factory farming of animals. There's something vile about it, undeniably vile. And there's a reason why people are prosecuted for exposing what makes everybody sick. Look, if they exposed it and said, look, I'm going to take a picture, I'm going to show you a video of how these cows are living. And you take the video and the cows just wandering around eating grass.
First bell pass.
No one would give a shit.
Right.
Right? It's when you see these people kicking these cows and when you see them alive, like kosher. The way they do that, where they have to slice their throat and they have to do it with one cut, and this is why people want kosher meat, like some ancient, ridiculous idea of how to dispose of a life. Woo! I mean, all those things sicken people, which is the reason why they have those laws keeping people who work there from videotaping and exposing it in the first place.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. How are you? What's
Good.
happening? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hey, how did you get involved with the Cove? What was the history behind that?
I'm going to give you the long version.
Sure.
There's a good friend of mine, Jim Clark, the guy that started Netscape, Silicon Graphics, WebMD. I wanted to film. I was doing a story for Geographic back in 1995, I think it came out. I was on the information revolution, and Jim Clark was sort of the Steve Jobs of my generation, right? And he didn't want to be photographed. He was just too busy. And then I started working for Fortune magazine, and he had built a boat, the world's tallest mast, I think, at that point, and went over to Amsterdam to film him.
Cool.
And we hit it off, and he said, "Would you teach me how to be a good photographer?" And he made 3 companies from scratch worth over $1 billion. And I said, "Well, if you teach me how to be a billionaire, I'll teach you how to be a great photographer." And then we would travel all over the world taking pictures for about the next 10 years. And we did mostly underwater photography. He built the best underwater camera ever made by an order of magnitude. It was just a piece of work, because Jim doesn't do anything half-ass. And every time we would go to a dive site and come back to it, you see this shifting baseline where there's less fish, there's less coral. In fact, he took me to a place in Papua New Guinea. He said, "Louis, I'm going to take you to the best place I've ever seen. It's in Papua New Guinea." We flew over there all day to get there, a day and a half to sail. We dive on the GPS coordinates, and it's rubble. It's completely gone. And this would happen not all the time, but a lot. We don't know what the insults were. It could have been dynamite fishing, could have been it could have been anything. Who knows what it was? But I think it was the 3rd time that we were in the Galapagos, Jim turned to me and said something like, "Somebody should do something about this. We saw fishermen illegally fishing in a marine sanctuary." And sort of empowered by the success that he's had in business and seeing how he could change the world in his businesses, I said, "How about you and I?" He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "We'll use your money in my eye and we'll make films." And the first, then so I'm jumping careers at this stage. I'm going from being a fairly successful, still photographer, really busy, to a career where I had really no business doing it. I'd never really made a film before, not even really a short film. And so I'm, nervous. I'm feeling sort of full of myself, like I'm going to start this great career. And we're down the Caribbean on a boat. And my kid starts with Jim on vacation with our families. And my kid starts playing on the beach with another kid. It happens to be Steven Spielberg's kid. So Steven comes over onto the boat to meet Jim and I. He made Jurassic Park using Jim's computers, Silicon Graphics. And after I had Steven alone for a few seconds, I said, "Do you have any advice for a first-time filmmaker?" And he said, "Yeah, never make a movie involving boats or animals."
Oh, great.
And of course, the first film we did was The Cove.
But at least these are you don't have actors and special effects and boats and animals. It's just a part of the story. It's not like you're like with him. I think what he's meaning like Jaws.
Exactly. Yeah, because you have to match shots and all
effects.
that. But it has its own set of trying to keep the horizon level on a boat. You don't want to give the audience seasickness and. But, I would add to that, like, don't do a movie where people want to kill you, because when we did The Cove, it was exciting but dangerous work.
Yes. Yeah. Look, that movie changed a lot of people's minds and opened up a lot of people's eyes to the horrors of the way dolphins are slaughtered. And what, we were just talking about this before the podcast. I think they are as intelligent as human beings. I just think the difference is they can't change their environment. They don't affect their environment the way we do. They don't build houses. They don't have cars. They don't send emails. So we don't appreciate what they are. But when we look at the complexity of their brains, the fact that their cerebral cortex is 40% larger than a human being's, they have this incredibly complex language that we don't even really totally understand. We can peck out.
I don't understand any of it.
Yeah, we can peck out patterns. The scientists have, I'm sure you're aware of John Lilly's work.
Sure.
Yeah, John Lilly, for years, and did it in like really weird, unconventional ways. He tried to take acid and communicate with dolphins, and it's one of the reasons why he created the sensory deprivation tank. We actually have one of those over here. And Lilly, they were forever trying to figure out some way to figure out some method of communication where they were trying to get the dolphins to talk like people, and we would try to make their noises, and to no avail.
Yeah, they're obviously extremely complex, animals. And if you, judge them by our value, like people say, oh, they didn't invent the car and they can't use computers. Right. But, intelligence can be seen as your ability to, exist in your environment.
Yes.
And by that standard, put us in the water,
Right.
and have a go at it and
Yeah.
see how we do.
They don't need anything in that world. They travel through three-dimensional space. I mean, it's incredible what they can do.
Yeah, and it's not just dolphins too. You look at butterflies, monarch butterflies. It takes 3 generations for them to go to migrate from Canada down to a 6-hectare area in northern Mexico, and they do that. Somehow they find it, every year. And I couldn't find the studio without an iPhone.
Right.
So what's going? We don't even have a clue on how most of the world works, and we're. The second film I worked on, Racing Extinction, that's about, we're going through a mass extinction right now. We're exterminating this stuff, these animals, before we have a chance to even know how they operate, what the ecosystem, how it even works.
Right.
A friend of mine said it's like, we're burning down the Library of Congress before we have a chance to know what the books read.
Yeah. Well, that's what they did with the Library of Alexandria. That's why we don't really totally understand how they built the pyramids. But what disturbs me is this egocentric approach that we have towards marine life in particular, because they're the most intelligent versions of life that we know of other than ourselves. That we, for some reason, universally have accepted up until really recently, because of your film and because of Blackfish and more awareness and Sea Shepherd and all these different organizations that are trying to let people know, like, you got to pay attention to what this is, because I think when all said and done, we're going to look at this as some insane slaughter of, like, what's basically like water people. They're like some form of super intelligent life that some cultures have just decided are just competitors in the fishing market.
Yeah, well, I can't agree with you more. I think it's, and I think that was the shock of the Cove, that you see our counterparts in the ocean and being treated like that. And I think, when you look at the way we made that film, it was, we pretty much told the story of what's going on in the oceans by looking at that cove. And William Blake said to see the world in a grain of sand, but we could look at, in that film we talk about overfishing and, listen, the reason that they shouldn't be eaten, besides that they're sentient and intelligent, is also that they're toxic.
Yeah.
Their meat is now, their flesh is now some of the most
¿Qué vale? ¿Qué no vale? Come tu seta, weón. ¿Qué? ¿Está lechero? Tómate. Tómate la poti grande. Tampoco, frío. Vale, pura capa. Metió un golazo. Gracias por la vida, pues. Estás con 2 de vida. Oh, cabrón. Aquí no consigo comentar. Ya hay comadera, ya hay.
Nice. Good job, man.
What's up, what's up? Ven, ven, ven. Ven, ven. No, ya me mató, ya. Está con 2 de vida. Oh, puta, este pendejo tiene escudo. ¿Agarramos el drop? Hoy no vale, otra madre, no vale escudo de 50. Mujer, cabrón. ¿Tienes bala de misil? Me queda su bala de 10, yo. Oye, espera, yo. Cabrón. Pero mátalo, puta madre. Ah, ni cagando, se lo voy a hacer. Espera para que lo mates,
Shit.
Oh, cúbrete, causa. ¿Qué haces franqueando así? Está cagado.
Oh!
Está cagado ese huevo.
I am pink.
Coming.
Where is it?
Come down here. Yeah, I will. Yeah.
I already. God damn. God. Oh God.
That's what I expected. Oh wow, that's the background.
No. Whoa. Boo. That's bad. Facebook Gaming an app now? Don't you fucking dare. God damn it. I don't think I've been here before. Maybe I have. Yeah, I have. Okay. Let's get a sniper rifle. Damn, man, I hate when you get cut down when you first drop. So tacky. Oh my god. Right now. Hello. Wait, I've been here before. What's going on? Oh. No, I haven't. Never mind. That's cool. Look at that. What the hell is that? Whoa. I was wondering what that sound was. Wait, where's the boat? Is there even one? Need a boat now. Now. Yeah, you found it. Ooh, we got 2 boats. 2 boats is better than 1. Are you going that way? Whatever. Oh, that's far away. Anyone else have a mic? Oh, they're all gone. Shit. Sniper fight. Ah. One more shot. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna get dinner. That's pretty. Here in a bit. I just copied the that scene from Karate Kid. How long do you have left? Didn't even say. Switch to IRL. Is that Bruce Green? What?
Terry, I was in prison with Terry Crews's like brother-in-law. He's in prison. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Real nice guy.
Small world.
Yeah.
Do you know what he did?
I didn't get into that. His name is Isaac. And but Isaac's a real nice guy. He was next. His cell was right next to mine.
Kyle, that's one of my first questions about prison. I don't want to get into this unless you don't want to talk about it. So don't answer.
Oh
no, it's going to be a tentpole topic for some time.
Right. The reason I want to, the first question is, do people talk about why they're in? Is that a thing that everybody talks about?
They don't talk about. They don't bring it up. But if I got comfortable with somebody, I would ask them.
Yeah. That makes
sense. Or if I didn't feel like they were a scary person, I would just ask them right away. Like the gay guy that's like right next to me, one cell on the other side of Terry Crews's brother-in-law. I was like, what the fuck are you in here for, man? He's like, I was selling a little cocaine, and I was like, how much is a little? A couple ounces. I was like, okay.
That
Yeah,
sucks.
that'll do it. That'll do it. How long? Right around 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Holy
Just for trying to have fun?
Yeah. Well, you know, I got mixed up with those machinima guys. And
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Kyle, you want a prison question?
Yeah, sure.
You said there were people from Atlanta that were way worse. There was an Atlanta minimum security prison, but it was like
Yes.
way more hardcore. Homeless
Yeah.
people? What was the scoop with that?
All right, so they didn't put me in the Atlanta camp, I think because they don't want people too close to their homes for whatever reason, which seems like bullshit. Because what if, like, I was in there for 5 years and I wanted to visit my family? They were 6 hours away.
Yeah.
But there were guys who had been transferred to Talladega from Atlanta's camp, and quite a few of them. So I got it from like multiple sources what that camp was like there, and they were like, "Man, it's wilding out," and I'm like, "Tell me more." He's like, "Well, shit, we got everything in there. We got fucked up though. Snitches told on us. They shut it all down." I was like, "What did you have?" "Everything." I was like, "All right, well, what does everything mean?" "We want to go out and party, so we get a hobo to come in and sleep in our bed. That way they come through and count. N-word is sleeping in my bed, so it's all good. If you there, they don't care." And I'm like,
What? You can just leave?
No, you can't just leave. They're not gonna, but they just walk by with a flashlight at night and count bodies. They
Holy
don't
shit.
recognize you.
Well, how
as
did they
long as
get
it's
out?
I think that they were. I know at one point there wasn't even a fence
Sure.
around that camp. Like some of the camps, like especially in the north, don't have a fence. We had like that big scary 12-foot fence with the razor wire on the top and the bottom, and
You had
cement
that. I
is
thought you
poured.
didn't.
I thought I didn't too. There were a lot of lies about that place online. Like all of the programs that they said that we were going to have, like they only exist for the medium security guys. And so people will transfer to Talladega because like, yeah, I want to learn to be a fucking graphic artist. That'd be cool. I'm out in a year and a half. I need a job that, you know, won't discriminate. And they're like, oh, that's only for medium security. So they're like, shit. Well, can I go to Pennsylvania? I think they have it. They're like, yeah, you can transfer in 18 months.
Oh shit.
Till then, we get $93 a day off your ass. Go find a bunk and get a job. And it's just like, fuck,
Holy
this
shit.
is slavery. So there were, they would leave and actually go party. They would bring girls into the prison, they said, and fuck them sometimes. They would literally bring whores in. And then they had like all of the drugs and alcohol, but we had all the drugs and alcohol too.
That's insane.
Man, maybe prison's not
Wait,
so
did
bad.
you say you said you had something in alcohol? That you had whores in alcohol?
Drugs and alcohol. We had
Oh.
drugs and alcohol. Like every drug you can name, and alcohol, and cigarettes, and cell phones. Like all of that was like everywhere in Talladega. Like it
So
was
the
just-
alcohol you guys didn't. It wasn't like prison-made alcohol. It was professionally made alcohol. You imported.
When I asked about it, they said, I was like they had, because I was reading a Stephen King book where they were talking about making alcohol out of prunes and raisins in prison, and so I asked a guy that was near me. I was like, do they do that here? He's like, they don't have to. They got Jim Beam and vodka. They got it. They have real alcohol. And I was like, well, how much is it? He's like, you want some? And I was like, no, I don't. Well, maybe. How much is it? And he's like, $8 a shot. And I'm like,
That's a good deal. That's not bad at all.
cheaper than
That's
here.
Los Angeles. That's Los Angeles. Yeah.
it's bar prices.
Yeah. Tuckers just get wasted. At these
Bringing it.
prices, I can't afford not to.
So yeah, they would explain that you could really just get away with anything there, and that it was just rampant with people like leaving and going out and partying and like going to strip, like their friends would just pick them up off on a road that was nearby and take them off to town, and they'd go get burgers and go to a hotel and fuck their girlfriends at the hotel or whatever. And I was like, that doesn't sound like here at all. They're like, nah, it sucks here.
Oh.
Yeah, this is
What a bummer.
That's FBI Russia. FPS Russia in the bottom right. You in
We were
prison
talking about the
for
workout
gun
equipment
possession.
last week. I kind of alluded to it, but so we had a running track and they had sports. You know, they had a softball field, and they had they would play like pickup football. Actually, it wasn't even pickup. It was organized flag football with teams. One of the teams' name was the Woodlayers, and yeah,
Were they
right?
gay? I had to process.
I don't ask, don't ask, don't tell, Woody.
Right.
And so they would go out there and they'd play football, but it was hot as fuck out there. I couldn't believe they weren't just heat stroking out in that 100-degree bullshit. And there was like medicine balls, and then there were there was one good elliptical, one decent treadmill, and like some shitty ellipticals that had no resistance. Even you were just on this green thing doing this a lot, and then that was it. And I was like, well, shit, what do you do for like? Or there was chin-up bars and dip bars, but there was no free weights. And I was like, what do they do? And my buddy's like, over here, I'll show you. We go out there, and these guys have gotten big rocks, like the ones that retain an area to keep from washing away, and they have taken them to the scales and weighed them, and written with magic marker what they weigh on them. So every rock you look at in the gully says 25.5, 32 pounds, 16 pounds.
Big rocks.
Yeah, they're big, like the retaining rocks you like put to like keep water from washing a gully away. And they would take these bags and fill them up with rocks, and they put them on either end of a pipe. And they're out there doing bench press and curls with a pipe full of rocks, with these bags of rocks.
Why wouldn't they give them free weights? Was it because they were worried that they would like hurt each other with them, or?
That's what they would say if you asked. That's the same reason they said that we didn't have a pool table, but they give us padlocks and socks. So that's bullshit. We got big long tube socks, and we've got padlocks.
What's safe about giant rocks?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
No, let him go play with the rock pile.
So every morning I'd go out there to the track, like crack of dawn, and I'd start my run, and I'd look, and here came the same guy with a wagon, like a big the kind of wagon you would use around a greenhouse is the only way I know to describe it. In high school, I remember seeing those, like a big heavy-duty wagon full of rocks, and because you got to put them back, you can't just leave the rocks up in the workout area. Like they're real big on cleanliness and neatness, and so and this, I was asking my buddy, I was like, that guy's the rock guy, I guess. He's like, he's lost like 200 pounds. When he got here, he was like 450. Now look at him. And I'm like, still looks pretty fat to me. Yeah, right? It's not a good look.
You could really benefit from the gym that's like, not just like rocks and pipes.
But yeah, and then guys would be doing like burpees and sit-ups and push-ups and lots of stuff like that. Most people worked out in pairs, so you could motivate the other guy. It seemed like that was very common. That one guy would often know more than the other guy, and like there were a couple guys in there who were just like specimens. You could tell.
Was
Snow
a specimen like that?
No, I would say he was just bulky and strong. But there were some of these guys who were just like they look like Brad Pitt and Troy, like just real ripped up and like a tiny waist and just real symmetrical, good looking guys who were just out there doing dips all day. And
Man, that's all I would do if I went to jail. That's all I would do.
I would just. What else are you gonna do?
Yeah,
I would
I
just
mean,
lift
you work out
weights
6-7 hours a day, lift
Rocks.
rocks. Yeah,
Yeah.
lift rocks. Why not?
Call me Fred Flintstone, bitch. Fucking rock in each hand. They would do that too. They just have a rock in each hand, and they'd be doing all sorts of like.
those are the free weights. You just
For real,
I
I
could see
swear.
myself going either way, really. Like, there's a version of me that might just hit the gym hard, and there's a version of me that might just get a little depressed and sleep and do nothing.
It's a long day. You wake up eventually and need something to do. I read a lot. Mostly reading. That's almost exclusively what I did, for sure.
You have access to the internet at all, or no?
Not really. Not like the real internet. Like, we had internet, but it did lame things. Like, you could do like a email to text thing. So you could text somebody, and then they would email you back when they returned the text. I didn't really bother with that. I just used the phones. You got like 15-minute phone calls, 300 months a month.
300 minutes a month.
The phone is one of my questions, Kyle. How did that work? Like, is it a common area? On TV, sometimes there's people waiting for the phone, and if you're on it and I'm a tough guy, I might be wanting to boot you. Like, what is the phone like?
It's a little room you go into that's not very far from the dorm, just a stone's throw. And you go in there. It's got air conditioning. It's very small. It's about the size of this room I'm in right now. And there's 8 phones, I think, in there, maybe 10, just along the walls. Maybe 4 on this side, 4 on this side, 4 on that side, something like that. And you dial the number you want to call. You dial your prison number, which is like a 9-digit number that identifies yourself. And then it asks you to repeat your name back to it at the tone. And the voice recognition sucks dick. So like I'd have to make like 10 phone calls in a row. It would take me 15 minutes to make a 5-minute phone call because I'm just calling it over and over. I'm like, Kyle Myers.
Yeah.
Didn't understand that. Sorry. Try again. And just, maybe next time. Huh? Nope. Not gonna understand you at all. Try again later. Fuck. Click, and just go again. But yeah, there's guys in there. It's usually real loud. I try to pick off times to make my phone calls so it's not so goddamn loud in the room because they're real depressing phone calls.
Of course.
You know, it's sometimes it's funny. You know, I remember distinctly one of the early times I was in. He's like, "Yeah, baby, you need a gangster in your life," and I'm thinking like, does she though?
He's calling from jail. Yeah.
Like,
so
I
is
don't
he
think you
trying
can
to
be
seduce someone for his
Yeah.
soft landing?
Yeah.
I like his gumption.
I mean,
Good for him. I mean, there are women out there who want to fuck Charlie Manson.
There are.
Shoot your shot.
And but yeah, it sucks. You got, like I said, you got 15 minutes, and then the phone starts doing this little countdown bullshit. It gives you these little tones to let you know that any minute now you're running out of time, and we're just gonna hang the fuck up on whoever this is. And unless you're calling locally, it's expensive, like $1 a minute or something like that.
To you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, on
And you
TV
gotta
it's always
reload.
collect.
No, I don't even think that's an option because this
You're
way the
receiving
prison
a
gets the
collect
money.
call from help, I'm being raped.
I don't know, help.
Yeah. I'm being raped. Is that Turkish?
I can't even look around.
This is really slow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, why is it so slow though? It's like almost unplayable. I don't know if you guys can see that. Like must be the game or we got each one.
I feel like it's the game 'cause it's not lagging.
Yeah, it's not lagging.
Really big.
It's not lagging.
Oh boy. Damn. Oh my god.
But as soon as I link the controller, everything gets screwed up. The second I tap the controller button on the app, ugh. It won't even launch the game now.
Alright, back to playing. Hey, he's gonna land on top. Mm-hmm. So retarded. Oh my god. And pawn somewhere. Right there. Yeah. Cool. You want to have a sniper rifle I can use? They're gonna die. Oh, oh, yellow. Might die. Can I use a health? Anyone have a shield I can use? Oh, so close. Oh, perfect. Oh, shit. Yeah. Got him. 4 more. May I have a few heavy bullets? Fuck. Okay, where are the other ones now? Yes! Woo! Satisfying. Finally! First one. Maybe 35 seconds. I'll start moving over. Yeah, she's in. B, B, F, F. Oh, we're all alive. Oh. Come on! Don't run out of ammo. Come on, I don't get left. Get left. Shit. Yellow. I'm alive. Did it! Yes, 2 in a row.
Anybody got a mic?
I do.
What's poppin', cuz?
Streaming right now.
Well, we're gonna have to get this double on your streamer, you know?
I've had 2 victory royales in a row. So proud of myself.
You wanna go Fatal? Wanna go Fatal Farms?
Sure.
Let's check out Fatal. Let's see what Fatal's got for us. See what Fatal's got.
Yeah.
We don't get find a bench.
Nope.
Oh. Before you even dying. Not even getting shot at, man. I gotta go help my team real quick. I can't even look at that right now, man. Gotta help my team, man. My team needs to get help right now, bro. Oh, my browsers are gone, bro. I've been enduring a fucking haymaker. Oh, you wanna see it?
I'm done. Bye bye.